No cat. Hello there, computer daters. Let me see if everything works. Oof. Had a big day today. Sorry, I'm trying to get stuff started. It's just there's a cat crawling around on me. She's very eager to be warm. I think that's how you spell that. Why is it in a little window? There we go. Oh, it's trying to be artsy, huh? Oh, kitty cat. Man surprised after he raised his cat to be affectionate and clingy, and she's affectionate and clingy.
Earth is getting a second moon for a limited time. Astronomers say an asteroid will come close enough to Earth to temporarily enter its orbit at the end of the month.
Well, Earth will soon have a second moon.
Going to briefly orbit our planet. It is called asteroid
2024 PT5.
Is now orbiting Earth.
I strongly feel it would happen faster than this. Am I an ALML? I am, aren't I? Oh, it's pre-rendered. I need drugs. I thought this was a 3D game. Kind of tries to imitate it. It's like Google Street View.
Hey, I see that gleam in your eye. How about trying something new? I've got this new drug called Humala Conserve. First, hit this spree.
Why am I having nails painted? This is kind of cool. The control system, I mean. What if I beat the fuck out of him and steal the rest of his inventory? Little cat, get off the keyboard. Hang on, I gotta cuddle this cat. He's my little fuzzy face.
Hey, you already got your free dose.
How do I beat him? Oh, little cat. I had a weird dream last night. That, I parked in an incomplete parking structure. Or not even a parking structure, it's a building. I shouldn't have been in there. It's in the process of being constructed. It's just a bunch of, supports and concrete slabs. And the top floor collapsed, and I was like, oh shit, I better get out of here, but I didn't do it. And then the floor below that collapsed, and then it kept on collapsing downwards until it crushed me, but it didn't kill me because there's like quilted padding on the underside of the slabs, which somehow softened the blow such that I wasn't crushed. I'm not sure how that works either. Just go on forever. Cat. Can't cross the street. I can't strafe. Cat, come on. Why now? What's up, Weeb? We're playing Paridolon. I don't think it's spelled correctly. I don't know what the fuck we're doing. We just took some drugs, I guess. She explains a lot about this. Cat, quit climbing on me. Go up here. Go to your little cat condo. I made it just for you. Trash, non-interactable. Cat, quit jumping all over stuff. Sounds familiar. Are you sure it wasn't normality? Can I open the dumpster? I can't. Can I open this? I can't. Can I smash the windows? I can't. It's certainly trying to be artsy, which I appreciate sometimes, but not all the time. Cannot cross street. It's not what it is. I'm not a DVR, I'm a person on a drug called Jumala Conserve. I think she's running for president right now. Little cat, listen. Unreasonable little beast. I don't know what to do. I'm stuck. I can't interact with the air conditioners or the boxes or the pipes. I think we've had enough of this. I don't think I'm signed in. CHP Productions Games. Oh, not there's a... What? They're all option A. Problem is the button to start the game is underneath here, so I can't set it to full screen because then I can't reach the button. Cool, well made. There we go. I ran out of money again at the very end of the month, and with 3 days left to go. So I went and I donated plasma, which I hate doing, but because they're cutting prices too. It's $45 now. It used to be $50. Inflation means prices go up, but plasma payouts are going down. A lot of desperate people there, including me. I was reading some really demoralizing stuff earlier about how the publishing industry is almost entirely women, and as a consequence, the winners of literary prizes are almost all women too now. It's 80% in Britain. I don't know if it's the same in the United States. Used to be the other way around, so now I guess the thinking is that it's well-deserved payback. I had nothing to do with that though, but I'm paying for it. More cutouts. How are you here? How are you here? Dependent. Dependent on what? Oh yeah, he's got an MS Paint rectangle over his shirt, blocking out a logo. Enter to next message. I keep bumping the mouse. Good, I'm searching something to eat. Dependent. Well, here you have many things. Use something about the motel. I'm heading there. Oh yes. What the? Fucking free glizzy. It's like a Duke Nukem sprite. It's not a 3D object. The lighting keeps changing as I walk around. Why is it like that? Why are you 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 doing that? Why is that okay? I'm starting to think I needed to pull a J.K. Rowling in reverse, where I needed to publish under a female name. Cool. Cool controls, cool physics, cool everything. The thing is, they're still sounding the alarm about underrepresentation of marginalized groups with respect to race, but when they're looking at the data and they see women are outnumber men 80% to 20%, and they don't see any problem with that. Nobody's suggesting that be corrected. There was one woman author who did say, hey, what's going on? Men are being excluded from writing, and she got dogpiled on social media for it. Apparently that's the intended outcome, and there's nothing wrong with that. Can I go around? I can go around. Am I supposed to go over this? I don't know, but it works. This lacks a lot of polish. All the textures look deep fried. What are the... Is this like really bad Photoshop upscaling? Hi, welcome to the motel. Oh. How many nights will you stay here? I don't know. I'll pay for nights as I stay. $15. You have a security gun. You have a security gun in that room? What country is this? But the bed is not made. $15 here for the night. Don't worry. Here you have the keys. First room on the left. Thanks. On the left. So it's not that way. Oh, what's... This is fucking zoomy. Shit, you scared me. Ming, I want to talk to... The toilet doesn't work. I study near here and my parents pay for the motel. Why don't you rent a house? I don't know. My parents want that. I understand. Creature, did you see something? Something strange. Let's talk tomorrow. It's important. I like most of the presentation. There's just something off about it. I don't mean the cutouts. I mean, like, every texture has a weird quality to it. If you look up close, it's like how in some emulators they blur all the pixels together. They did some weird... I think they had really low quality textures and they didn't want to do a PS1 style game. So they just used Photoshop filters. A security gun. Are we sure this isn't America? E is used, but enter is advanced conversation. Space, let's get out. Yet another button. I didn't even see what it was. And I had a nightmare. I didn't do the first thing yet. I could help and get some money. See what I mean about the textures? Oh, how was tonight? Bed was comfortable. Thinking of offering you a job and gave you some money. Throw the garbage bag there in the main part into the trash. It's functional. It's impressive. I like to foster indie game development from outside the U.S. It's just very distinct. I got no basis for complaint either. I don't dev games yet. I turned 41 recently, and I have not yet really developed any games, and I'm gonna die before developing any games. Something in me just rebels against it for some reason, even though consciously I want to do it. I think it's just the lack of long-term focus on anything. Oh, cool, busy work. Little cat. Little cat. You're just a little marshmallow. What a sweetie. Oh, she rubs against my nose. I still know Build Engine. I never forgot any of it. You saying I should make an indie game in Build Engine? I could edit levels and art. That's about it. Zykov Eddie already beat me to it anyway. That'd do great things for the Duke community if there's a viral game with a community the size of like Undertale that was in the build engine. From I guess Eduke 32 now. Don't say anything to the owner. Not that much money. I should just learn Unity. I keep starting Unity every time I take acid. My brain goes into hyper mode. Ow, cat, don't climb me. And I can learn anything easily, and I love learning. It feels pleasurable. I cry sometimes thinking about how my life would be different if I never stopped taking Adderall. I think I really needed Adderall. I was worried that it would make me unemotional and uncreative, and unemotional did. I mean, that was going to happen anyway, it turns out. Oh, it's unblocked now. Just busy work. Something here. Everything looks mildly cel shaded. What was that? You see anything, gay cowboy? Oh shit, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? That's 5 out of 5 and I'm still holding the bag. After meeting Ming, went to my room to talk about it. What do you want to tell me? You saw things you saw. Eastwind creature? Many people missing because of her. Am I in danger? Yes, you. Once you visualize the creature, it follows you everywhere, in your worst nightmares. Military equipment. They can kill it. Are you trying? You try it right now. I get it. Investigate out the room. Don't leave the body. Stupid. Have you ever watched a scary movie before? It's gonna get back up. I never get tired of this. Why is this always entertaining? The shitty is better. I fucking grenaded. Why did I have a grenade? Why did I have a grenade on my person? Many images on my page. Your page. Great story worldwide. I'll always remember Ming. Sweet, innocent Ming. Alas, he died. The report Eastern future. Thanks. Thank you so much for playing our game. Good ending. I hope you liked it. It's a completely functional game. It has a working menu. The settings work. Some of it's a little wonky. All the options say option A, but they actually do different things. Doesn't have authentic 21:9, but it's everything. It ticks every box. They've got all the mechanics here. This is like a school project type tier. My rating is not bad. Kind of a lame story. What was that story even? Go to a spooky hotel, do some odd jobs. Your Asian student friend gets killed. Then you shotgun and then grenade a monster, an Eastwind creature that had almost no setup. But why did I have a grenade? Lighter exploration. I've seen a couple that do this. Oh, there's a VR Aliens game coming out. That's not Isolation 2. Called Rogue Incursion. Looks good. Ambient music, dynamic menu, video overlays. It's like a real game. Have we seen this before? I feel like we have. I think I played 3 games like this. One of them is by Introversion Studios, the same people who made Multiwinia and Darwinia. That's a quick bulk scan. I don't know if there's a way to do detail scanning of a narrow area. Oh, you can. You can do detail scanning. I don't blame him. It's a great mechanic. It creates a lot of situations that are really prime for spooky reveals of monsters. When you scan and there's something there, and then you walk a few steps and it's not there anymore. Oh, it's got a 3D. This is a carbon copy of Scanner Sombre, which was the first game like this. This is just identical to it. Any sort of world that has unfamiliar technology adds to the spook just because we're afraid of the unknown and we're introduced to new rules that we have to memorize quickly in order to survive. Like the Rhizomex system, or that any mechanism in any Mike Kablinka game, which a lot of his games are like that, or Ken Forrest, where there's some kind of spooky mechanism that it's not quite clear what it does or what purpose it serves in the world that we are entering. You know what I mean? %, scanned. The heartbeat tells you how close you are. This would be a cool gimmick in a movie. Or like they scan something and there's a monster there and he starts to move, but the scan doesn't update after that. So you don't know where he is a second later. It's fun designing those bullshit technologies. Like the Blade Runner Voight-Kampff test, as an example, or the Esper machine. I've designed a lot of those as a writer. Like the introscope that lets you see into the dimension within solid space, so you can spot the negative space burrowers, or the apprehension engine, which is a real device. It's a real instrument. But in this story, it's how you repel or attract the burrowers. Or the reality control device in the wrapped up 720-degree circle you have to circumnavigate in order to reach the entry hatch to the RCD control room. It's just fear of darkness, which there's a bunch of ways to exploit it. Fog is one that has already been explored, which is functionally the same as darkness because you can't see what's in it. That's the basis of a lot of the spoop in Silent Hill or Stephen King's The Mist. It's just daytime darkness in terms of the role that it plays in the story. It's almost like Super Mario Sunshine. That was water. You also don't need graphics hardly for this, just particles. Amazing how many particles you can push these days. Look at all these. Oh, it does erase the ones you've already... Nope, it doesn't. They're still there. Behind me. Is this it? It'd be one thing if this had only been done once before, but it's been done a couple times. Oh. Do you think perception creates reality? That seems to be a popular notion. A lot of popular ideas that seem intuitively true to people that I don't think are. Because they would like it if it were true for various reasons. You know you're onto something when people, instead of defending their position, they question your motives for disputing it. Maybe you don't want it to be true. How about that? You're just a old mean person who doesn't want people to be happy. Ad homs, unflattering drawings, armchair psychoanalysis. See. Is that a cave? Or no, that's... I came through there. I love the idea of this, but it's... I'd love to do this in writing, but it's already been done in so many games. It also would have fit better in like a Half-Life game as a 2-level gimmick. 1 or 2 levels. This is the sort of thing that would have been in Half-Life 3 had it not already been thought of. What if this isn't LiDAR? What if we're spraying Shrek cum? And little droplets on everything. That's the second time I've seen that today. Everyone's got Shrek cum on their brain for some reason. Synchronicity. Why doesn't he move? You okay, buddy? Can the vox... Can the... They're not voxels, exactly. Can the particles move? Away from the cabin. Cabin that way. So this way, I guess. Problem is, this is almost entirely sufficient to get around. You need to balance the 2 scanning modes more. Which means you have to gimp this one. Well, this is exactly the mechanic that was used in Scanner Sombra, and also whatever the other one was that I played. This is the gameplay? Is that it? Doesn't just show up. I see. So I like the variety of environments. What's good, Handad? Not a lot. My mother's funeral was some days ago. It's weird. It's good and bad to have that over with. It's just strange that now I live in the portion of history after her life. I donated plasma today, or didn't donate. I sold it because I'm skint for the last couple days of the month, which I didn't like to do. I have 9 submissions to contests still being reviewed. Fingers crossed that I can win a contest and get a publisher. It's all black and white now. Is it that building? It is that building. I'm kind of quietly losing my mind. Just thinking about everybody I knew that was important in my life, and that a lot of them are dead now. Basically all but one person I know IRL. 2 people, I guess. I have my extended family, but for how long? I guess my cousins are still young. And so far as I'm young, which is to say not really. I just have to not think about it, or I start getting stuck in an anxiety loop of just everybody's dead, everybody's dead, everybody's dead, everybody's dead, everybody's dead, everybody's dead. Everybody's dead, everybody's dead, everybody's dead, you know? It just consumes me. I'm gonna be dead too, and long before that I shall have lost everyone that I ever understood, and whoever understood me, in person anyways. I'll still have people I know on the internet. How tall is that fucking thing? There you go. Alright. Feels like using the MS Paint spray tool, which I did a lot of. I'm in water, how do I get out? Everybody's dead now. I'm gonna have nobody soon. I'm gonna be alone. I've also lost friends over the years due to politics. I may have lost another one. I've got a right-wing friend who I don't think I'm right-wing enough for, and I've lost 1, 2, 3 left-wing friends who I was insufficiently left-wing for. And it hurts. It hurts that politics is divisive like that. They think they're perfect, and they don't think there's any possibility of valid divergence of opinions on certain topics. And I'll say, oh, no, I'm not unreasonable. Quit making me sound unreasonable. And then I say, all right, well, here's what I diverge on. Like, well, obviously you can't have a difference of opinion on that. Because they assign moral weight to something that I don't assign the same weight to. I really, really lament lost friendships. I really value friendships. I know this is corny, but it's true. And you learn how true it is the more you age. Friendships, really strong friendships, are a treasure. They're irreplaceable. And I guess because you don't fuck your friends typically, there's less that can cause rifts and drive you apart. They're solid and they're less fragile than romantic relationships. I guess the light which burns twice as bright burns twice as quickly. But friendships are generally easier to maintain. And they're stronger and they're more nourishing. I don't think as nourishing as romance, but you can have lots and lots of friends where you can generally only have one significant other. Unless you live in the Middle East. I'm anxious about the election. I think either way that goes there's going to be downsides. This is where those left-wing friends would be like, what do you mean downsides? Our side is completely perfect and has no downsides. Only an evil person would say such a thing. I don't really want Trump to win. I'm sorry to disappoint any of you. I think he's kind of a gross, disgusting person, but I also don't want more Islamic immigration. And when I say that, for some reason, the assumption is they immediately assume that I'm like a conservative Christian, and I never said that I was, and I'm not. But there's a tendency to assume that the other person is the most radical expression of the opposing team, because that's less defensible and that's easier to argue against. And when you're not, they get bored with you because they're not looking for someone. They get annoyed with what they consider to be fence sitters. Everyone in their view has to be on one side or the other, so there could be a cataclysmic battle between good and evil, and to bring their lives meaning, I guess. I'm just me. I have my own mixture of views that are not purchased in bulk, but selected a la carte according to what seems true to me, which seems to be the last consideration for other people who talk about truth favorably, but who in practice do not like truth when it works against their position. And who most of the time are not aware that there could possibly be any such thing as true information that goes against their position, because they assign to it more moral importance. So certain things have to be true and certain things can't be true. That is probably the most straightforward way to make an enemy out of everybody, is just to cleave unrepentantly to the truth insofar as you're able to discern it by empirical means. Everybody betrays truth and everybody pretends not to. I guess they're not consciously aware that they have betrayed truth most of the time. They put that in the back of their brain and they're very hostile to being reminded of it. It's as if whatever ideology convinces them to prioritize what they conceive of as morality before truth, then hides itself. It camouflages itself so they're not aware of it, acting on their judgment and discernment, and it reacts with hostility to being uncovered. If I'm making any sense. I don't know that my way is the right way either. There's a lot of true information that you can't really do anything with. Like, the speed of light doesn't tell you anything about how to run a society. There's a lot of true information that is going underserved or suppressed and that's alarming to me. Not having all the information and the fact there are actively efforts to suppress it seems to me cause for alarm. It's a nuclear cooling tower. It is. It says fucking Mario Sunshine. Am I broadcasting? I am. Am I muted? Maybe I need to make another pseudonym for and try my hand publishing under a female name. WIPs that no one has seen before. Right. That is indeed a damaged nuclear tower of some description. To the right of the tower, somewhere out here, there's an object I haven't scanned yet. I like how it jiggles the profile image of the scanner. I don't know if that's out of frame for you as he leaves, like a South Park character. Which direction is it? It's away from the cooling tower. Is there a third level? The unknown. Thank you for playing the demo. Full version of the game will have 6 more levels to explore. Oh, cool! There's a desert, the minecart trail. There's I guess an old west, but there's camels. There's a train and there's camels. I also see a cave. I also see palm trees and a whale skeleton. It's fun enough. I've just done this before. Now it's time for Atari's Recharged Collection, which was all available for $10 on the Humble Bundle recently. Which I need a special controller for, I think. I say special controller. I just need the controller that, Is it this one? No, that's still the wrong fucking kind, isn't it? It is. Here we go, this'll do. Here's Berserk Recharged. I won't play too much of this because they're very basic. They really are just remakes of the Atari 2600 games. This is what Atari's up to. This is what they're trying to do, is remind people that they had good games once. Pretty standard twin stick shooter. It insults you as a coward if you don't kill every robot in the room first before leaving. This is considerably better than the original Berserk was. It's really just a monster maze with guns. Oh fuck, Evil Otto. He's invincible. He's like the original Mr. X from Resident Evil. He comes out of the one you're trying to go through too, which is really shitty and unfortunately sadistic. Game designers used to just be unrepentant sadists. I thought that was funny. Yeah, that's part of the problem, is that other games have... You know how Lovecraft's issue is he's been eclipsed long since by derivative works? A lot of these Atari games became the basis for much better games later on, and the remakes, in order to stay true to the source material somewhat, they modernize a little bit, but not as much as other games based on the same concept have. This one's I'm not crazy about. You know what I'm playing a lot of oddly lately is Pac-Man Championship and 2600, the 8K version. In fact, I want to, because I have a joystick that doesn't really work much. Let me reformulate that sentence. It doesn't really work that great with anything else, but it works splendidly with Pac-Man. This is the remake of Pac-Man. If you'll recall, there was a 2600 version of Pac-Man 1, the first Pac-Man. That's not what it was called. Let me bring up... hang on. I can just show you. If I have it. I don't have it. Let me just call it up quickly. The guy who fucking programmed this had like 6 weeks to do it, and he made $1.2 million from Atari for doing so. For reference, let's look at what it's supposed to look like first. Alright, here we go. Here's the arcade version. Here's what we got at home. Notice that he's not a circle, he's an octagon. He doesn't change, he changes directions left and right, but not up and down. When he's going down, he's like Paper Mario, in a way, where he still faces left or right when walking up or down. To their credit, they did make a much better second attempt at Miss Pac-Man. It's got music. It's got not zero flicker, but less flicker. She faces up and down now. Still not great. Then came Junior Pac-Man, which had a scrolling playfield. Substrategy for him setting the stage for the various versions of Pac-Man on Atari. So this was an upgrade over Miss Pac-Man in that, again, the playfield scrolls. You're not in the 90s, this is the early 80s. So that's as good as it got for a long time. But then fans basically said, we can do it better than this. They made a 4 kilobyte version of Pac-Man, which is also the amount of space that the first version had to work with, just to show that they could be done better within the space constraints. But they also made an 8K deluxe version. Wait. I forget which is which. I think 8K is the 2600, 16K is the 7800. Here's what they managed. It's got all the intro cinematics and music and everything. This is homebrew. You can't buy it on a cartridge yet. I think they'd have to get the rights from Namco to do that. Immediately it looks vastly better. I think that's the Poke Chip for music, which is extravagant for a 2600 game. Because that was also not even in every 7800 game, only in a few of them. Shut up. Yeah, so that's that. Vastly better, sound wise and graphics wise. Quite a difference, huh? That's what was possible in the hardware, but of course, hindsight's 2020. So that's only possible using everything we know now. And 16K. There's only up to 8K on Atari, I think. 2600. I don't know what the 16K one is. 8K would be a maximum size cartridge doubled with bank switching. It's like having the cartridge automatically switch between two cartridges without removing it as needed to load data. Right back to here. Let's see what this one's about. I don't know what this one is. '90s was like Doom. '90s was Duke Nukem 3D and Quake. '90s was way after Atari. Unless you counted 7800, which persisted up until 1990. Period. Like, that was the end of it. Starting in 86. Or 84 if you count the early pre-release. Rain. You can also run out of ammo. Turns out I'm not great at this. Doesn't work with my arcade stick. It's like the game you play on math class on your TI calculator. You can't just fire willy-nilly. It's like an iPhone game or Flash game. Those levels. Hope there's downsides. Is it fun? It's entertaining, yeah, it's just kind of simple. Why do I want any other gun? Oh, backgrounds changed. That's good. What was the 2600 one like? There's missions, there's a little bit more to it, but I can't see there being that much to something like that. It's just always fall down. I think Fall Down is what it was called. It was a calculator game. If I recall correctly, Caverns of Mars was, or Conquest of Mars, was a homebrew by a teenager that got submitted and became a official game. Yeah, this looks about right. In 2006. It scrolls with a status bar. You collect fuel by shooting it. Alright. Missile command is always good. I've got a trackball so I can do authenticity. I have my glasses now and prescription lenses. I've got HD vision outdoors. It's wild. I didn't know what I was missing. Kind of unfairly easy without the joystick. 2600 joystick was awful. Awful, awful, awful. It's like DEFCON. This is pretty good, honestly. This is kind of timeless. Oh fuck. I forgot tanks could attack you. satellites now? Jesus. They just wanted it more. You level up though. I think your level up, your perks persist between rounds, and there's also different backgrounds. That's wild. It's good stuff. Very synthwave. It's mostly more or less what we saw in our imaginations. Played this in a kid as a 10-year-old. Slapping soundtrack too. Got my eye on those tanks now. You can nuke your own city point blank and no damage. Funny thing is, even 2600 did have a trackball controller. Games like this and Centipede. can never save everyone forever. You can spend upgrade points, though. That one's fun. I like that. That's the reason it was included with a lot of CDs that came with Windows 95. Just basic games like this with much worse graphics, which is saying something. Gravitar is actually dope. I will defend this one. It's kind of an open world space game. Around a sun, which is constantly pulling you inward. So it's like Lunar Lander, but with a circular, and you can enter any of these little worlds. Then it becomes regular Lunar Lander, but with guns after that. It's like objectives and shit. Is it? Pretty groundbreaking game when it came out. Because there's like shit to do and it wasn't single screen. You had finite fuel too. So you see, it's a little more sophisticated than most of the 2600 library. You got a whole solar system to explore, like No Man's Sky, or as I call it, No Man's Ski. Different targets have different gravity wells. Some are microgravity, some, like this one, doesn't have any central gravity. Some are towards the center, some are up and down. See how this works? There were a lot of very basic space shooters on 2600 that didn't try to do much. This was more ambitious. Here's how it looked in the arcade. Hang on. I believe it's a vector game in the arcade, and the home port suffered because of that. Tremendously. So you see, you float around the solar system, you find a target, you fly around that object or planet or whatever it is. You collect fuel, you collect ammo, you destroy targets. There's a lot more going on. Homeport left a lot to be desired, because of course they couldn't replicate the vector graphics. A heroic attempt was made, however. But if you compare that to like Space Invaders, so it's a single screen and has one thing to do, you get way more of your money's worth. I guess your parents' money. There's much more variety. No, you don't. You see what I mean? There's like different worlds and they all work differently. There's space station levels. Oh, that didn't work. We'll explore some other ones. There's a Death Star. I guess it's a planet, actually. There's different objectives. Like this one, you destroy the reactor. Really impressive stuff to fit into a 2600 team. Finicky controls, however. I'm not done yet. Let's see some of the other environments. There's a space station. You gotta kind of have an intuitive understanding of orbital mechanics, which is neat. Like you work against the sun's gravity as you also try to navigate to where you're going. I saw Alien Romulus. It was lit. It was really good. It's not hype. Believe the hype. I can gravitate them toward me. Seal the intelligence. See? There's different objectives. Not great at it. You gotta seal that intelligence though. It's persistent too, see? They stay destroyed. They're doing something here. This one's a microgravity level. Back when space was still new and fresh and exciting, stuff like this was just electrifying. To feel some small percentage of what astronauts would have to deal with in calculating Newtonian physics with respect to their spacecrafts and things like that. Oh, regen shield. That's very nice. I think it's just missing a story. Beat that one. Here's the planet. Feels much more authentically as if you are a spaceship in space because of the central star as the gravity well. Than like a basic shmup. You know what I mean? You gotta put yourself into the mindset. That was harrowing. It could have gone a lot worse than it did. Activate beacons. Alright, it's one of these. Leave the planet. It doubles as asteroids when you're in orbit. A lot to like about this one. Can I go? Yeah, that's a world. Beacon activation. Oh, almost annihilated myself. Fuck. There's the gravity well, pulling inwards towards the center. No, not like that. I like this one a lot. This one's got a lot going on. Oh, this one. I'm impressed. What do you think so far? I remember playing Gravatar pirated on 2600. My dad brought home and not understanding what the fuck was happening. But then again, I was like 8 years old. BRB, time to take a piss. Time to take a piss. I've been muted all this time? How long have I been muted? You didn't miss much. That's so difficult. You get the idea. I almost defeated a whole solar system. I came close. Let's see. Breakout. It's what you expect. It's Breakout. This doesn't need to exist in a world where Shatter also exists. Shatter is a better... I'm not saying Shadow. That's the British pronunciation of Shadow. Shatter is a better reimagining of Breakout. Mouse control, nice. It's handy. Pretty cool. It's got some new stuff, but most of this was already done in Arkanoid on NES. Oh, they shoot at you. Megan McDuffie soundtrack. Hope they're paying her well. She does a great job. What was the arcade controls for this? Trackball or rotary dial? Can't seem to lengthen the paddle though. Cool Winamp visualizer backgrounds. Let's Breakout. It's got enough going on. It's a worthy remaster, I feel. You can get this on 2600, VCS. This one I like a lot. This is just Geometry Wars with spiders and bugs. There it loads. I don't see why Atari games need 3 cutscenes. In the arcade, this was actually the first twin stick shooter too. It was vector-based, predating Robotron, I believe. Might be wrong about that. Why do I need money? How am I getting money? What does the spider spend money on? Threads? Oh fuck, it got me. Lots of fun, I love this one. I want to play again. When you get the abdomen or the egg, the yellow ball, you can dunk it down the center hole of the web like a basketball hoop. Or over the outer edge. You don't want to leave it because it'll hatch. Y'all seen Aliens Dark Descent now? What do you think of that? Kind of a weird ending. It wasn't as satisfying as I wanted it to be because it was very cinematic with 3 characters you were forced to use instead of the troops you had built up all that time. Interesting story. It did stuff different while at the same time having callbacks. I say a worthy Aliens game. Oh, there's the yellow ball. Over the edge you go. See you in hell. So long, gay Bowser. Why am I shooting the bugs that I want to eat? There's a lot different here. If you want Geometry Wars, but you don't want it to just be more Geometry Wars, the gameplay of this is significantly different. With the randomly forming walls, the super move, the power-ups, the insectoid theme. No, you don't. You can't kill me. I wasted that one. Oh, the money gives you super shot power. Oh, I got the homing bugs now. Oh, fuck. Those are the ones that get me. Yep. Oh, no, that was a mosquito, actually. It's fucking bitchin'. This is actually a really good one. It's just Geometry Wars, but different. I actually do play this quite a bit. I also play this one quite a bit just because I like Centipede. Bugs are popular themes for shooters because you didn't feel bad about shooting. You couldn't make it dogs, for example. You couldn't have a dog-based shooter. You'd feel bad for shooting the dogs. Yeah, no one likes centipedes. All my homies hate centipedes. This is supposed to be your garden, by the way. That's why the leaves are in the background. You're defending your garden against centipedes. And when they die, their bodies decompose and leave mushrooms behind. I guess just to be difficult. That scares them off. Oh fuck, what got me? Is that a mushroom? What got me? Try again. There is a way to cheese the high score on this, but I don't recommend doing it because it's not foolproof. And also, if you got caught, they would fucking banish you from the Atari realm. If you use a Bluetooth mouse with a spotty connection, and you make a sudden move like this, you can no-clip your shooting, the little shooty guy. I don't know what this thing is. Outside of the level boundary. To where you can still shoot them, but they can't get you no matter what. But there are some enemies that pass through the level boundary. It's the problem with that. So unless you continue to play diligently, it'll give you an advantage, but you can't just like leave a brick on the mouse button overnight and wake up to a high score. This is also generally why people shooting for serious high scores videotape their attempts. I have positive memories of this from Moxon Point, which was the name of a lakeside cafe and gas station at the lake that my family has had a cabin on since 1973. And it's in the first year that I was allowed to drive the boat myself. I spent a lot of time in Moxon Point just because I could get there. Waste what little money I had on chicken strips and fries and playing the arcade cabinets. And they had Dig Dug, they had Donkey Kong, they had Root Beer Tapper, and they had Centipede. And because I was a stupid little shit who didn't appreciate being out in nature, I'd missed video games desperately to where I was like drawing diagrams of video game ideas on graph paper. Because I was just so game-brained that even though I was blessed to be able to get out into nature like that, I once got my ass beat by my dad because I smuggled a Game Gear and he heard me playing it. I just had to have games. And when I couldn't play them, I would find a way to access them anyway. And if you took them away that way, then I would just draw games on paper and imagine myself playing them. I drew a lot of like diagrams of little mushrooms and centipedes. Something I like about the abstract nature of it. It's very imaginative. Those little white ones that go through level boundaries, the ghost ones, are the ones that get you if you try to cheat a high score. What you can't do is let them make mushrooms at the bottom level because you can't get under them to shoot the mushrooms. They're just permanent. Once they've infested the bottom layer, that's just your life now. Like that. Now there's this one down here I can't get rid of. I didn't listen to my own advice. Unless you get this, apparently. That's a good way to do it. It just impedes your ability to navigate in what is your only accessible space. Good, whatever this is. This is sick. I like this. It's very hindbrain. Like, I'm not using my whole brain right now. It's very subconscious. I can play this entirely with my peripheral vision. Fuck. I had a good run. Sure, Tuck, you can't do the Sojaks with everything. You gotta stop. You have a problem. That's Centipede. Asteroids Recharge is kind of boring. I'm not a big fan of it. That's what it sounds like. Not all of these deserve to be resurrected, frankly. It's asteroids. We have convincing vector graphics to home. It only took us 40 years. Look at how basic this is compared to Gravatar, though. Gravatar is like an objectively better version of the same idea. Not a big fan. For those who like asteroids, that's fine. It's just, like I said, Gravatar is a better version of the same idea. Asteroids never needed to exist. Then I think there's still Quantum Recharge we haven't done. I don't really understand this one. I think it's like Picross, kind of. You draw loops around your enemy. It's like Nights into Dreams. I'm not crazy about this one, but I'll try it more. I'll try one more time. I'm not crazy. This one doesn't click with me. Looks a lot like Geometry Wars, but it's very different. And it is very much like Picross, actually. It's like Geometry Wars Picross. I can't shoot, but I can dash. I just have to follow you, it's easier. No. I can see myself warming to this one over time. For the most part, though, I don't like it. Then there's Yar's Revenge. Recharge, which is actually a completely different game. It takes like 20% of the original game. This is the one that's most different from its inspirational material. I could play endless Black Widow. I could play endless Centipede, endless Gravatar. I could not play 5 minutes of fucking Space Picross. I just don't like it. This one's cool though. I mean, this one's a little bit tedious. Is really the only problem with it. You're taking down these battleships. Every so often you get enough energy for the super weapon. Only takes 2 hits. It's pretty fun. It's just a little... They do mix it up over time, but not nearly enough, not fast enough. It's basically what you're looking at for most of the game. Oh fuck, the super shot. That is from the original. Does it carry over? It doesn't carry over. Bullshit, man. Power-ups do not carry over to the next level. I think it's just the tedium that kills it. The only parts of this in Yar's Revenge are like a single shield at the right side of the screen that you pick away at like this. But then you go in there and you nibble with your fly, which sounds sexual. It's really not. And there is a super weapon at the left side of the screen, but it fires of its own accord periodically. This is greatly expanded. The point of being more of a sequel than a remake. Configuration is different every time. The color is different, changed. The background's changed. I think I nibble. I can nibble. Oh, it's melee, of course. Forgot about that. We're the ones using WMDs. Presumably we're the good guys, though. I don't know. In the lore, we're a species of space insect. Is this a boss? What am I fighting now? pretty good. It is very different, but it is a logical expansion of the original. Kind of like PS1 Frogger was. Gotcha. That is satisfying. The TDM makes it satisfying when you finally crack the shell. So I guess it's like a praying mantis eating a bug. That's a one-hit, one-kill, by the way. That's insta-kill. That's reckless. You need to not be reckless. That did nothing. Oh fuck, got me. You get the idea. That's Yar's Revenge. I think that's all the recharge titles. They're all good. But it really depends on which one you like the basic gameplay loop of. If there's some from your childhood that you still are nostalgic for and get hooked into, it holds up. None of them are badly implemented. I think the strongest thing about them is the visual design and the soundtrack. Now let's play Atari 50. I don't have the DLC, which is expensive. It's $40 since it's only got 6 more games, so I didn't bother with it. None of them are Jaguar games. It's got Lynx games. Not the ones I want. It's never the ones you want. I gotta go to emulator for that. Give me the game. It only works with my joystick, oddly. Yeah. So you go to the timeline and it shows you all the pictures in the beginning. I need you interested. This was the original Pong machine. This was computer space. I told you about this. This was way the fuck too expensive and nobody understood how to play it. Imagine this appearing in like a dive bar full of dudes dressed like cowboys in the 60s or 70s. I guess it would have been late 60s. And it's a realistic simulation of space navigation, basically. It's a lot like Gravatar. It's like player versus player asteroids, but with a gravity well in the center of the screen. I won't play the videos because that'll get us copyright struck. They realized that they needed something simpler for smooth American brains. And it also needed to not cost more than a quarter. It cost like $1, I think, the first one. Everyone said no to that. So the next one cost $1 and was a dramatically simpler game. Everybody already knows about this stuff. This is the early stuff. This is cool. This was the first music visualizer. You hook this up to your TV and your stereo system and play music through it, and it would do psychedelic Atari visuals on your screen. Should have been built into the 2600, frankly. Let's go to 1990s. I'm not really interested in anything other than Lynx and Jaguar, except for 7800. I do like me some 7800. Probably should have just done a portable 7800. It would have been cheaper. This is a meme game. It's not actually that good. It has great graphics though. PC Engine style horizontal interrupt scrolling in the backgrounds on an 8-bit game. $1990. As late as 1990, they're releasing Fatal Run on 2600 and 7800. People were still buying it. This was their Mario. I don't know what they were thinking exactly. It was on 7800 and Lynx. They were trying. They're trying to come up with something iconic. This whatever this was not it. This is the sexy one. The first Lynx looked ugly. I think this was pre-Jaguar. Yeah, 89. 1989. So Jaguar was not out yet, so there was no style guide. But when the Jaguar came out, they redesigned Lynx to resemble the Jaguar. Which would also not be out yet for another two years, I believe. 1993? Yeah, 2 years. But they coordinated internally to make it happen. And it's not that it wasn't superior. It's everybody had the wrong idea. They thought better tech would help them beat Game Boy. Game Boy was a system for children designed around their concerns, like not having to beg their parents for AA batteries. So it ran like 40 hours on 4 AA's. That's at 10 hours per AA. Which is a tremendous value. The fact that the screen was shit didn't really matter as much as the fact that you could continue playing it without having any money to buy batteries with. Because you could scavenge from like the TV remotes in the house. This was a mistake. The controller. I know everyone says that. It's actually very comfortable. It was adapted from a gray Atari ST gamepad. They should have made an original gamepad instead of just borrowing what they already had, but they're a very stingy company. Buttons were fine, a little mushy. The D-pad was not great. It was a mushy D-pad. The number pad gets made fun of a lot because you don't see it with the overlays on it. Every game came with a plastic overlay, and it told you what all the buttons did. So in Doom, you could directly select the weapon you wanted instead of having to scroll through a weapon wheel. Unfortunately, that's also where the strafe buttons were. The reason I say it's a mistake is because the Pro Controller came out later. Let me find the Pro Controller. This is what they should have launched with. This is a real proper controller for that generation. It had 6 face buttons, an improved D-pad, still not great, but better than it was. And shoulder buttons, importantly, which was a standard set by Super Nintendo, whereas Jaguar was more aiming for Genesis. This is what it should have launched with. Where am I? If we're talking, and there's a whole bunch of people my age, internet boomers, I guess technically Generation X or Millennial, who like to theorize on how you could have saved Atari. It's a much less toxic version of people who play a lot of Civ and Hearts of Iron speculating how Germany could have won the war, which is we should not wish that they had. And This should not have been the pack-in game. It did show off the graphics, but it was just a shit game. It's just a very basic game and didn't run very well. Whereas Iron Soldier showed that graphics like this could run much more smoothly. Tempest 2000 should have been the pack-in game to give people an initial good impression of the system. This was also... These two were the kind of peas in a pod. They were tech demos, and Atari said, it's good enough, ship it. Like, both of these games were just tech demos that they looked like the look of. And even the devs were like, no, they're not ready. And Atari's like, we need games, this looks like a game. Kids are stupid, they won't know if a game is good or bad, which is not true. Not true. Kids are brutally accurate judges of things. To some degree. At least superficially. This should not have been the pack-in game. This was not good. It could have been better. To be fair, Nintendo did the same thing with Star Fox. Star Fox started life as a tech demo for FX chip. But they developed it a lot more. These didn't get developed, here's the overlay, by the way. That's what they looked like. It would snap into the controller and tell you what all the buttons did, which was sick. It was actually really useful. People just regurgitate what they heard from AVGN about the Jaguar, and a lot of his opinions are uninformed. These were actually really handy, especially for PC ports that needed more buttons than were on a typical controller. That's why I had a better version of Doom. This was a good game. It's just a very strange game. It's a lot like cross between Lemmings and Three Dirty Dwarves, where you switch between different little fellas. Game Boy has two. Ooh, brutal. Rubber hand grips. It was nicer. It was also much more expensive. It's like $200 in 1989 money. This was the killer app. Everyone says AVP just looks good in screenshots. AVP is not that good of a game. It also doesn't run very well. Like I said, it just looks good in screenshots. This is the one that actually runs well and is fun to play. It's enduringly, I think, the Jaguar's only truly AAA great game that you can have a lot of fun playing and see the promise. This was terrible. Club Drive was terrible. This has a funny story behind it. The developers went to E3, a very early E3, I think 95 E3. Or 94? I think the first E3 was 95 though, wasn't it? Some kind of electronics show where PlayStation was also being shown. And journalists went up to their hotel room, giggity, to see a demo of Club Drive, and they laughed at it. And the developers got all like defensive and offended because it just looked really, really basic compared to everything else that was coming out. And it was. There's some creative ideas in this game. It's kind of like there's a game called Toy Commander on Dreamcast, which is a lot like this. There's a level where you're a little toy car in a kid's bedroom, and there's like hidden stuff like the castle from Adventure. It's not all bad. You just gotta want to enjoy it. This should have been the launch controller. It should have come with CD-ROM built in. Did we go past the CD add-on? What were they? I know this is what James Rolfe says. What were they thinking? You have an already failing console. You think this is going to turn it around? This is like that giant tank that Hitler was working on that wasn't going to make any difference. I mean, it did have one redeeming game, which is Battle Morph. Battle Morph is basically the game that Cyber Morph was going to be before Atari shipped it prematurely. And it did turn out really good. I really like Battle Morph. It's a mission-based 3D planetary shooter. I've streamed a lot of it. It's probably the Jaguar's only other great game besides Tempest 2000. This one's alright. This is probably the best graphics on Jaguar. Everything's texture mapped. This is also alright. It's not great. This is their Mario Kart. Poor Jaguar. I want to say you deserved better, but you really didn't. Let's play some Jaguar games. Let's play this one first. Look at the border. It's imitating the kiosks that Actually, I should show the kiosks first. We'll do that after a game of this. The kiosks look like the future. Let's do that actually right now. I think it's got a photo somewhere of what the kiosks look like. This was the first time I saw Jaguar, and I was really impressed. My dumb child ass was really impressed. They always did a great job of visual of design of the hardware, making the hardware look really sexy. Here it is. Look at those kiosks. See it? You can see the it looks like something from the set of Alien, kind of. I remember the eyes illuminating too in darker settings. They had like the two good games on demo constantly, which is Tempest 2000 and AVP, or at least the ones people thought were good. So that's... I don't think they got AVP for this yet. It'll be a DLC. This was their Mario Kart, which once you understand what you're doing and how it's different from Mario Kart, the items are very different. This be the hot chick. Actually, this be Bentley Bear. He's the OG. He's the closest I ever had to a mascot. It's got a CRT filter on it. Notice their elevation changes, by the way. That are fake. They're scanline. They're like raster effects. They're not really in the track. The music doesn't work also on this version of the emulator. It cuts out quickly. It looks better than Mario Kart. Of course, it was trying to compete with Super Nintendo, so of course it did. Their idea was just, let's just make Super Nintendo but slightly better. Whatever they're doing, we'll do slightly better than that. The only problem is it couldn't render 4 views at once, or even 2. So if you wanted to play more than one player, you had to have 2 Jaguars and 2 copies of the game and a link cable. Which is a non-starter for most people wanting to play with their siblings, for example. So realistically, for almost every owner, it was a single-player game. But it had a lot of colors. It had as many colors as like a Saturn. Or more than Neo Geo, even. On paper, in some ways, it was a next-generation system. As a 2D machine. It's actually very comparable to Neo Geo. The Neo Geo is a 16-bit machine. 24-bit as they marketed it because of the color count. Some of these are garish color choices. It's better with the music, somewhat. So it needs analog control pretty badly. There are also items on the track that are flat that you can still run into. That was a major complaint on AVGN. Pretty good. We're playing some Jaguar games from that back in the day that Atari thought would make them successful. That's a no-no. You can't have items on the track that you can collide with that aren't sticking up. It's not very good game design. It doesn't telegraph to the player what's a collision object and what isn't. I could tell there wasn't much in the budget for playtesting. Oh, the rocks got me again. Don't care. They have like 16 tracks though, which is pretty good for a cartridge. This was not a CD game. This is probably the best looking one. The other ones have kind of weird color choices. See how the track, there are bumps though in the track and dips? This I think texture shows it off better. But it really only displays correctly from the perspective of your cart. It's a very kind of cheap smoke and mirrors gimmick. Like that, see? It kind of works. As long as they only happen on straightaways. It calculates it for the other players too, though. You can see their carts doing it. Unlike Super Nintendo, this could also scale all the sprites independently. So it's much more equipped to satisfy the original vision of Mario Kart than Mario Kart was. Although eventually we did get a Mode 7 Mario Kart with scaled sprites. That was on the GBA, I believe. By Jove, you're right. The mountains don't do a 360. I'm starting to think this isn't real. Jaguar had a pretty good sound chip too. It played XM or mod tracker music, which is like the big brother of MIDI. So when the music does work, it does sound pretty good. Gotta have a beach level. What's my motivation to time that correctly if they just bump me from behind anyway? It does look a lot like a GBA game. That's basically what the Jaguar is most comparable to. If you're wondering about its raw power level, is a GBA. Although it's pushing many more pixels than the GBA did, so I think it's more powerful ultimately. But they did comparable things, and the late generation graphical wizardry on the GBA is what we could have expected on the Jaguar had it somehow been a success and attracted a large user base. Had it been a breakout hit despite having no prior name recognition like the PC Engine was in Japan. Now the engine, the engine noise isn't playing either now. Cool, good job. Unbelievable. So this looked really great compared to Super Nintendo, but then PlayStation came along and suddenly everything on Jaguar looked like trash overnight. Which is a shame because it could have handled anything in 2D that PS1 or Saturn could have. Which it did in the case of Rayman. Which they don't apparently have the rights to, or it would be in this collection. We could play this in Big PMU, but then we wouldn't get the screen border. It's a shame. This game actually has some good music. It's very European Amiga demo scene type music. Better than Wacky Wheels, better than Mario Kart. Not a better game, better graphically. It's a fine game, but I do miss being able to see projectiles and shit like that. The power-ups are mostly just power-downs for other players. There are speed-ups, but there's also ones that reverse the steering for the AI players. Because that's the kind of thing that they consider to be a weapon in this game. I don't think even Saturn could do this hill effect. And we have no engine noise. There he goes. I don't believe you can jump. I could have been braking this whole time around corners. Who the fuck is Ptarmigan? Who are any of these people? This one looks good too. Desert Sunset. Wish they all looked this good. Looks a lot like a Crash Bandicoot 3 bonus level with a motorcycle. This needed more time in the oven and play testing. And power-ups that are more fun to use. I guess better controllers. You have to fix a lot. You can see the potential though. This was also not using the full resolution of a TV, by the way. Dreamcast would be the first one to do that for every game. Some PlayStation games ran in high-res mode. Bloody Roar did and still managed 60 FPS, amazingly. If I recall correctly, anyways. Bubsy used 640 by 480, but also paid a steep price for it. Actually, Bloody Roar might have just been 60 FPS, not 640 by 480. I know Dreamcast games targeted 640 by 480 at 60 FPS as a standard. But every other console, including N64, targeted QVGA, which is 320 by 240, at a minimum of 20 FPS. 24 FPS was an advertising point back then. It's just 3DO games. Like Total Eclipse, proudly advertised 24 FPS gameplay. Amazing. Pretty good though. I think probably the peak of Mode 7, if we don't count the VDP layers in Saturn. Or Miracle Racers, but that also uses polygon objects, or quad objects. Hooray, I guess. That's Atari carts. This is shit. Well, let's just play it to make fun of it. This is what they showed in 1993 or 4. I think it was 3. It was the first show the Jaguar appeared at. Wait a minute, 2 actually. And to its credit, it ran smoothly. I know what I'm doing. So yeah, the frame rate is smooth. Look at that. I don't know how to switch the camera back to where I can see behind the car. I sure wish I did. Here we go. Here we go. Now we got it. So yeah, shit talk it all you want, and they did. But this has polygon graphics that are better than Cybermorph that run at many times the frame rate, which calls into question why Cybermorph was as bad as it was. They're playing Pong on the TV, that's adorable. Let's try to get some altitude. Alright. What is this, a mouse hole? There's a really funny cat somewhere. It's the funniest cat I've ever seen in a video game. Looks like a loaf of bread. Look at the Pong TV. Like I said, there was some merit. At least in the novelty levels. The so-called serious levels are a little bit more dire than this. It's a 3D game, it runs smoothly. It's full screen, except for the status bar. There's not as much to complain about as you might think. I know if you drive into the fireplace, it's a secret. It was better than Super FX chip games, which was what they were shooting for. There's a texture, ooh, a single texture map. If you just like exploring low poly environments, this is the console they were gonna do VR on. Think about that. Think about this in VR. Trying to find the fireplace. This room? That's a bathroom. It's just, compare this to anything even on Saturn. Or even on 3DO. And it looks like what it is, which is 3D Atari. Looks like 3D Atari 2600 specifically. I think the problem was this was a 94 game. If it had been a 93 game, the launch game, it would have been more impressive. People saw, the minute people saw PS1 though, they're like, what the fuck is this shit? What are you trying to sell us? It occupied a very fleeting window in time where stuff like this was impressive. Is it looping? I think it's looping. It is looping. Is the door opening? Can't find the fireplace. Oh, it's one by the toilet, I see. Is it behind the toilet? Yeah, it is. The next one only spawns once you have the current one. What kind of fucking game is this? I don't want to be mean, but I see why they laughed at it. Compare this to even Generation 1 PS1 games, like fucking Blast Core or whatever it was. Blast Chamber. Or... what was that one called? Reloaded? Even launch titles for PS1 were drastically better. Which is sad, because this is actually not a bad showing for the hardware. This runs about as well as Iron Soldier 3 does. It's at least 30 FPS. This is smoother than Doom. It's just barely a game though. All you're doing is driving around environments collecting things. Look at the little Photoshop gradient status bar too. Camera jiggle as well. I want to like it, but I can't. Let's see what happens at least. This would have been more. This would have been impressive on Super Nintendo as an FX2 chip game. People would still be talking about it today. Let's select a different one. Planet Todd hidden area. Oh, here's the hidden area. I like that there's a cheat code built in for you. This is what I was thinking of. Let's try a different level. Nope, nope. I did it again. I guess this one. I guess you could do 2-player. I don't know why they'd want to. Just imagine being the kid who wanted a Nintendo 64. And your grandma bought this and said it's just... Actually, fuck, this is an AVGN joke. Never mind.
Alright.
It's a driving game. It's 3D. It's a 3D driving game. Where you collect stuff. Too little, too late, though. There's not enough of anything. I'm sorry for this in advance, though. I have to play this. Auto Bond, very funny. This was not a good game. This was a bad game.
Good luck.
It's very basic. It's almost like a demo for Battle Morph.
Avoid the ground.
She did the thing almost. She's gonna say, "Where do you learn to fly?"
Where did you learn to fly?
There's a Chivo for it. Not good, not good, just not good. Battle Morph was the game that it should have been to begin with. And Battle Morph did not need to be on CD-ROM. It could have had regular music and no cutscenes, and it would have been a better game for it. This is Atari's answer to Virtua Fighter, which was also rumored to have been made bad on purpose because Atari wasn't paying the guy, so he intentionally released a worse version. Actually, these are pretty good graphics for the platform. The gameplay, on the other hand, it's trying to be, it supports the 6-button controller. The shoulder buttons work. Which is weird because the guy who worked on this did work on Virtua Fighter, so it should have been a shoo-in. Should have been a guaranteed easy win. The controls are just awful. But they're close to good. It's hard to describe what's off. I think it's the slow creeping movement. The jumps are low gravity. They don't line up with the players when you want to kick them. Not very much air control. See, I jumped over him again. Even from a distance like that, you can't line up the flying kicks. You turn around slowly. a lot of little things could have been tweaked. You can rush them. So you can't do jumping kicks because they never line up right. Pretty good frame rate for the system. There's texture mapping mostly on the characters. There's the 3D ground plane, even though it's not texture mapped. It's just like a big chessboard. For the system, this is hardware-wise, this is a strong showing. It shows that it was better than 32X when competently programmed for. This is better than we saw from Virtua Fighter on 32X. Even though there's some games that did 3D better than Jaguar on 32X, just that wasn't because of the hardware. That was because it was hard to fucking program for. And Atari just didn't give anyone dev kits initially, and when they did, they were really stripped down and lacked documentation. And they're just like, figure it out. Good luck. Still in the mindset that they were the big dogs, and everybody would come flocking to them and drop what they were doing and bend over backwards to make games for them when it wasn't the 70s anymore. They also, this life bars take too long to whittle down. Was a complaint, so matches take forever. Everybody's too tanky. Let's fight for life. It's playable, kind of, but obviously it could have been better than it was. This is Missile Command 3D, probably the best that. This is VR because this was the only game ever to conclude support for the VR headset, which is now accessible by emulator to play on your Oculus Rift or Index, so you can play 1995 VR in all of its glory. Good frame rate, everything's texture mapped. It's not really rendering very much. It's Missile Command. What I do like about this one is it's an underwater base level. It's fully functional. It's not a bad game unless you don't like Missile Command. It is a 3D rendition of Missile Command. Problem was that games have become much more sophisticated. Atari's like, all they really need is our classic games in 3D. That's enough to be a next generation game. It really wasn't. Most gamers by that time considered Atari the boomer company, and they still do. Missile Command was long gone by the time. Like, they wanted new generation games, not just new generation graphics. They wanted like JRPGs and shit. Shit. Lost one more city, I think. Got 5 left. Those are texture mapped polygons, bro. Wawaweewa. You know what the dumbest shit is, though? At the time, we were so horny for 3D that people would have looked at this more favorably than any Neo Geo game. That's just how dumb we were. Or I guess how seduced by polygons. We wanted to be impressed. We didn't want good games. Or not. We wanted good games, but only if they were 3D and impressive. Technically. I'm out of missiles. No mushroom clouds? I got a super bomb I haven't used. Fuck, I'm out of missiles. It's game over. I think the VR one starts you out on the underwater base level. Why was there a city in a desert? I couldn't tell you. Let's try the VR mode and see if that works at all. This is the underwater base level. It's fucking Rapture. This is Hampshire defense now. Look at that checkerboard transparency, just like the Saturn. Fully texture mapped. The ground plane is. Now the mountains aren't. Oh, this is the one where you use lasers. That destroys the gameplay loop, though. Because you don't have to intercept anything. I guess that was a gameplay accommodation for the VR headset somehow? To prevent nausea or something? Good thing my domes have shields. I guess this was more like... So you didn't have to lead your shots, which would have been nauseating with head tracking at like, what, 10 frames a second? Missile Command 3. This is actually good. There are two good pinball games on Jaguar. This is one of them. The other one's better. I forget what it's called. This was pretty good, actually, if you like video pinball. It's quite similar to Devil's Crush.
Mark at 5, 4, 3, 2. Current status.
It's got zooming and scrolling. Got a Fallout theme. It's a great game, but what is it doing on this platform? Just like Super Burnout, it's too good for the Jaguar, frankly. But again, it's very dependent on whether you like this genre at all. Cool thing is there are two different adjacent tables you can skip over to like that. It's like a double table pinball game. Fuck. You can. This also supported 6 buttons, so you could do a tilting with the shoulder pads, shoulder buttons. Look at all that zooming and scaling, though. It was a good 2D system. See, everyone knows this one needs an introduction. I told you about my good family trip memories of playing this in the hotel room at the lake, not the lake. The beach, the Oregon coast, because the Oregon coast is always just gray and nasty out, and I didn't want to go down to the beach in the fog and be cold and miserable. which is I wondered why. Why did we go? You go for the 4th of July. Most of the trips we've gone to the coast. We also go there sometimes for New Year's, and at New Year's it's really cold and nasty. So I was like, why are we here? I just want to sit in my hotel room and play games I bought from the outlet mall on the way. Because the outlet mall always had good stuff that was years out of date for very cheap prices. This has mouse support though. I found impressive. As a substitute for analog dial. Very precise. Kind of a game changer. If you go on Etsy, you can find Jaguar pads that have been cut apart with a hole saw and a Dremel. So that the D-pad, which is terrible anyway, is replaced with a free-spinning analog dial. Because this game actually, and anticipating such a controller, this game has support built in for it. Because Jeff Minter wanted there to be a rotary dial controller, but there wasn't an official one. It's addictive. See, in a better world, this was the pack-in game, and it would have come with the 6-button controller, and also would have had the scratch pad memory that John Carmack wishes it had. And it would have been able to run the Quake engine, just barely. Would have been at least as powerful as the Saturn. It also would have been a more expensive machine, though. It would have been at least $300. Part of the selling point was that it was only $250. Then again, it would have been the same price as PS1, and no, PS1 was considered cheap. Wow. We want kitty cat. Oh fuck. Anyway, you get the idea. This is one of the ones to emulate. If you have big PMU and if you emulate anything on Jaguar, AVP will only disappoint you. It's just a 3D roguelike with terrible frame rate and the Aliens license. It's impressive technically what they're trying to do because it is a roguelike. It's not just an FPS that it appears to be. It's calculating enemy positions at all times, but that doesn't actually affect gameplay at all. But it tanks the frame rate, so it was just a poor choice. Kind of like making Bubsy high-res mode at the cost of textures and frame rate. I don't know. This I'm not going to even play. I'm not playing this. It had some good games, but most of them were like mid. Most of the good games were like mid to decent. The truly great games were like there's like 5. I maintain Super Burnout was one of them. Yay, Lynx. No, my dog. How dare you? Look at that sprite scaling. Sprite scaling on a handheld in '89. Mr. Big stole my dog. I can jump and I can throw cans, and that's it. And for no reason other than to show off the fact they can do sprite scaling, the enemies sprite scale out of existence when they die. I just got fucking shot? What the fuck? Oh, this is definitely not a Nintendo game. This is the Lynx version. There was also a 7800 version, which is much the same. $7,800 could outperform NES in some respects, but not all at the same time. Like, in order to do fast action with lots of sprites, it had to do low resolution mode, which is what you're looking at now, which is why the games look so chunky. They had a high resolution mode, it was better than the NES, but only with like 4 colors. So there's a compromise system of very. I don't think any of this officially released games even used the. It had mini games though, like this one. It had. I guess Mario 3 had mini games too, though. Lynx was in all respects a more capable system, however, so that version looks better than this one. I also don't think this used the Poke chip. So the music is being done by the Atari CPU that they had in there for backwards compatibility, which was a mistake too. Jack Tramiel really should have included the Poke chip in every console. Bare minimum. Graphically, is it better than Super Mario 1? I guess technically. From visual design standpoint, it really isn't, though. It doesn't look anywhere near as good as, say, Mario 3. Or some of the better 8-bit platformers. Like Gimmick or Kirby's Adventure. Then again, it never really got the chance and never really got the support that it needed. Is that the end? The phone, alright. Good work. Now on to Eisenhower Lane. So it got a Mario like. You got exactly one. And it looks charitably it looks like a middling NES game. Also looks like a lot of early computer games. Problem is, at its very best, the 7800 was like somewhat competitive with NES graphically. Anyway, that's what they thought was going to take down Mario as their Mario killer. We got to do Ninja Golf. Everyone loves Ninja Golf. I got to show you that it's not what it got hyped up to be. 1990. By this time, I think Sega Genesis was already out. Keep that in mind as you look at this. It's got PC Engine style scrolling in the background, though. This is the game, and then there's a dragon at the end. Because they don't have 3 buttons, they make you duck and push, I think, jump to do shuriken, or low kick. Graphically pretty good though. This compares favorably to a lot of NES games. It's just that resolution, that video mode. I don't know what their thinking was there. There's a compromise in a lot of ways that didn't need to be. Giant frogs, why? I don't know. You also don't aim the ball at all. So it's not really a good platforming action game, and it's also not really a good golf game. Unless I'm playing it wrong. Oh, I am playing it wrong. I'm full of shit, actually. I just wasn't aiming. You can see yourself on the radar, getting closer. If I just tried to understand the game better, I guess. This is the boss you fight at the hole. Gotcha. Guess he fucks off. The part's unknown. See, it actually is a golf game. I'm just stupid. Or Caltrops. It's what it says it is on the tin. It's ninja and it's golf. I wanted to play Star Parodier tonight, but I didn't get that set up in time. Which is a great PC Engine CD queued 'em up. Gotta get the health. It's the only thing keeping me going. What's in there? Just ninja syrup? Ninja cola? If there was more terrain variation here. That's cute. Desert music in the, there's snakes in the fucking sand pit, sand trap. It's not a bad game, but it is kind of a meme game. I'm already playing longer than I play most Atari games, so there's clearly more to it than... Here we go. Same boss, though, of course. There we go. That's Ninja Golf. Pretty fun. I think I just didn't bother to understand it until now. I've done Fatal Run before on channel. I won't bore you. Problem was a lot of their games are just remasters of older games that were slightly better. They did that on 5200 and it didn't test well, and they did it again on 7800, and they just never learned their lesson that people don't want to keep playing their old games forever. 5200 just never needed to exist, period. This is what the original Yars' Revenge looked like, by the way. Try to figure out what the fuck is going on here. The quotile is that slow-moving thing that chases you. Every so often it charges a super laser. You can nibble away at here. And then that thing is supposed to help you, but it can hit you too. Nope, it got me. 1 life left. I gotta make it. This is Yars' Revenge. This is the best-selling Atari 2600 game. Can you tell what you're fucking looking at? Oh no, that killed me too. When it's in that mode, it'll kill you. And the super laser is charging. It does loop apparently. Oh, you have to time the shot so it hits the thing. That's the only way to destroy that. If it keeps you playing longer than 1 minute, it's considered, I think, a good game. I can shoot, but why? I get nothing from it. I need to line up the super laser, I think. It's this fucking thing chasing me that usually gets me. No, fuck this. I can see why I was entertaining it at the time. Just because it was competing with much simpler games. I don't care for these. I don't care for most 2600 games. I think the best one I've ever played were the fan-made ones. Well, we'll come back to this at some point later, because there's a lot of content in there. I just want to show some of the better 2600 games. If it loads, I don't think this runs on an emulator. Fuck. Let me bring up a video of it. I was frankly shocked to see this, what you're about to see running on the 2600. Looks like an early NES title, or at least a 5200 game. You have to build up the walls of your zoo while the animals inside try to break out. There are a couple like this at the game show I went to, Portland Gaming Retro Expo or whatever, Retro Gaming Expo. I don't remember the name of all of them. This was an interesting one. You know the meme, would you still love me if I was a worm? In this game you are a worm. You're Wilf the worm.
Adam, Eddie, Ratanon, Grata, and greetings gamers and gamerettes.
Wilf the worm.
It's Adam, Eddie, Ratanon, Grata.
That's pretty good NES looking graphics too. I think this uses the higher resolution mode, I'm not sure. The tile set looks really nice though. It's made by the same people as XO1, which is another great 7800 recent homebrew. All the best games for it have come much later. I think it just took time to make quality on the system, which was not available back then. You had to have everything done in 6 weeks to meet Atari's schedules.
Grata, and for our first game, or first video of 2024, let's play a
That's you right there.
new demo for a new game that's coming out this summer on the Atari 7800 Pro system.
Pro
or
system.
I'd also assume could possibly work on the Atari 2600 Plus, called Wilf, which I assume stands for Worm in Luxurious Fuzz. But in this, you control this teeny tiny little worm that has to reach the exit, and there's all sorts of dangers, such as those green mushrooms there. Now, I have to admit the video you're seeing here is not my first attempt at this demo, and so I did figure out all sorts of things.
There's also Bentley Bear, which is a much better attempt at a Mario style game than Scrapyard Dog ever was. The full version has music. I don't know why this isn't playing. I have it on VCS. That looks like a Nintendo game. Looks like Adventure Island. Even has some fake parallax scrolling later on. See? PC Engine style. That would have looked good on TV, on commercials. This one's also very good. It has a really good graphics engine. Looks like, more or less like a Nintendo game.
Uneven adventure, flick, screen shooter, adventure, explorer type games. EXO draws on these archetypes. It has shooting, but it's not trying to be a shoot 'em up. It has exploration. It has some puzzles with more planned, or I think he was saying that for the demo that he had posted. It has a lot of figuring out that the player needs to do to solve each screen. A fully original title, and yes,
Well, that looks good, doesn't it? See, this doesn't just look as good as NES games. This looks better than a lot of them. This looks like a late generation NES game. This shows what was possible.
An 800 controller, and so here's the cinematics that play at the beginning of each level. You have to unlock the other worlds to see those, but I guess while we're talking about graphics, I should mention that the graphics in this game are really, really good, and I didn't see if he had an artist that did any of those. But if it was all him, I mean, whoever it was, it's great. And this is one of those games that, again, for the 7800, really shows off what potential it had, what it could have done. And I think if this game had been released back in the 7800's lifespan, it probably would have been one of the system's top sellers. I mean, graphically, I think it holds up against the NES. No, it may not be running in the 320 high resolution mode, but resolution's not everything with graphics. There's a lot to be said about art direction and design, as well as color. And color is one thing that the 7800 has going for it in spades, and also as mentioned in my other video, the way that it handles sprites, and there's no flickering or tearing or anything that I have come across. And so overall, it's just really, really cool and really well done, especially those cinematics. They're
See? This is what it's capable of. It's also Ball Blazer, which was a 3D game with scrolling and scaling, I mean, on an 8-bit platform. And the Poke Chip for music. And 2-player, head-to-head. It's basically just 3D soccer in space in the future. Look at that smoothly scaling enemy. I think the reason it's doing that is because it's not a sprite. It's triangular because it's like a single polygon with some other extra. Or it's more than one, but I think that's how it's accomplished. Goal! Let's see NES do this. NES had a version of this, but it was markedly worse. Compare this to NES Ball Blazer. Like, there were some things that it was better at, and inexplicably, like, nobody knows why Atari chose to prioritize certain performance attributes over others, like resolution. But it had better color for the most part. Look at that shitty effect. $7,800 superior version. But it is kind of humiliating that every remotely good game on 7800 made its way to NES. NES just gobbled up everything. Like how a lot of the best PC Engine games got cannibalized, or not cannibalized, got eaten up by Sega. Even though they shit-talked Sega a lot in their ads of the period, eventually Lords of Thunder came to Sega CD. Devil's Crush became Dragon's Fury on Genesis. A lot of the stuff that was best on PC Engine that made it, Snatcher came to Sega CD. Like a lot of the stuff that sold the platform in the first place just had to succumb because they wanted to make money, and it wasn't making as much as it could on a less popular system, which makes me sad. It deserves to have exclusives that you have to buy their hardware to get at. But same thing happened with Jaguar. Everything good on Jaguar except for AVP eventually went to other systems. Like Tempest 2000 got a Sega Saturn version. And it was actually smoother. The PlayStation one was mangled. They changed everything about it. Tempest X3. They had to fuck it up to make... I guess it was uncool by then, so they had to add more bells and whistles. See what I mean? It's got like textures on the web. It just fucks up the aesthetic. It's not as good. There were fully 3D games, though, that did stuff on Atari's hardware because it was really good at certain things. that could never have been done on NES, like using fractally generated landscapes for a 3D perspective. Like, look at this. This is a 3D flight simulator without a single polygon. Using fractal math to generate the height map. It's a 3D landscape on an 8-bit platform. Think about that. And it's not just forward scrolling. You can turn around and you'll see the exact same mountains you just passed. It's a free roam 3D flying game. I think this is a Jaguar remake of it.
May 27th and 28th, 2023. And he said then the full game will feature 25 levels.
This is Jaguar Homebrew. This is all the stuff from
25
PGRE.
levels in 5 different worlds. And hopefully a cartridge release, which it is now. It's available.
Decent
For the basics,
graphics, so this looks
Xenowings
16-bit
offers
is
two
the
gameplay
problem.
modes.
Probably this is all running on the Motorola 68K. By the looks of it.
Arcade, play through 25 levels or over 5 different worlds to defeat all the Xenowings. Looks like you made it to World 2 after spending one of your quarters.
It's true.
Yep. But I can start telling this.
Actually, it looks a little bit better. I'm not giving it credit.
So, yeah, we drive down every year. PRGE. It's not very far. Plus, it's a lot easier than flying and packing back a whole bunch of stuff. Because we had just bags.
This was the one that looked the best to me, Jumping at Shadows. Which is a Kaizo platformer in the same vein as, like, I Want to Be the Guy. Or VVVVVV. It has similarly basic graphics, but it's very good visual design, art style. You can vertically dash as well as horizontally dash. There's transparency, so I think it's actually using the other chips. It's a lot like Celeste. Actually, it's very much like Celeste. It copies a lot of moves and level concepts. This was for sale at PGRE. This is one that definitely does use the full hardware spec because of the color count. It's got a weird color issue going on. I don't know what the issue is. It's all tinted purple. Not supposed to look like that. Here we go. I don't know what the issue was.
Not always down.
It uses the full 24-bit color.
Oh. Oh. Yay, shield's deactivated. So we can
It's just Gravatar.
I don't want to go explore. Find out why I'm in so much trouble.
I think it has a story though, which I said it needed.
Maybe I just hit the thrusters. To the right. A little too much. Do it again. Low. Until you get good.
Looks more or less like a GBA game, doesn't it?
Turn around. One way. You got it. Got this, Will.
Turn on the water
Got
level.
Got it. Let's fly out over here. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. Oh, there's a 10.
Yep, it's Gravatar.
Help. Well,
No complaints.
that was interesting.
On a system where almost all the homebrew just runs on the 16-bit processor, for one to finally come out that uses the other chips, as difficult as it is.
Let me go find a switch first. Ooh. And a missile, of course. Gotcha. Haha. Hey, there's a pod. Pick that up.
Oh, you have lateral thrusters now. That's the quality
Oh,
of life
there's
increase.
water, too.
This looks really rich though. This looks like the quality you'd see in the foregrounds of like Calibri.
Or heavier.
Anyway, I wanted to play some TurboGrafX tonight, so I think we'll do that next. I finally got a wired controller because the wireless one I have remaining just doesn't work, and I don't know why. It started working again immediately when I had the wired one plugged in. The wireless one now appears as player 2. I have Street Fighter on HuCard, although it's a stretch to call it a HuCard because it's actually like 2 or 3 of them stacked together. It's a 20 megabit HuCard, which is equivalent to like... fuck, I'm gonna look stupid. It's like 2.5 megabytes, I think. Whereas most HuCard games were like 8 megabit maximum, which is 1 megabyte. So it's like 2.5 times the largest size of the largest games on the system already. Which makes it a weird, like, deformed tumor-looking HuCard that has a big, thick part of it. Has a thick donker on it. A dumpy. Because it was really a stretch to get this on the system at all. I'm playing on real hardware, though. Although I don't have the 6-button pad, is the problem. I only have the 2-button pad, so I can only do punches or kicks depending on the character. This is probably the game that stretches the hardware the most, and it's one of the most impressively well done ports. This console has a lot of ports that are way better than they have any right to be. Let me just let the demo run, because the demo's going to be better to look at than me playing. I lose every time because I have a 2-button controller. They want like $100 for the Hori Avenue Pad 6, which was a 6-button controller released specifically for this game that I don't think almost any other game on the TurboGrafx even supports. I think it comes across really well because the original game didn't have a lot of parallax scrolling in it anyway, which is the shortcoming of the system, but it does rely on high color, which the Sega Genesis version suffered for. It's got the little the perspective scrolling ground plane. It happened to check all the boxes of what this game needed, which is a lot of colors, large sprites, and I guess a high memory HuCard. So it actually stacks up favorably even against the Super Nintendo version. They look very similar. That's what they do instead of rotating, because they can't rotate on the PC Engine. It's adorable. And then again, there's some ports that should never have been attempted, like Space Harrier or Power Drift. I'm astonished they're as good as they are, even though they're not really that good. Look at this, though. This is an 8-bit machine, technically. Look at how good that looks. Look at how close to the Super Nintendo version it looks. It's a little bit of slowdown, not too much. Sprites are very close. I don't think they cut that much in the way of animation. This is the equivalent of this would have been like Doom 3 for the Xbox or Half-Life 2 on Xbox. Just a game that is really on the far upper end of what it should even be possible to run on that hardware. Let me try to play. India. Me with my paltry 2-button pad. I should have played Dalsim because he's got more reach, which, if I'm limited to 2 moves, would... Actually won one. Holy shit. Look at the gradients in those elephant ears and just the different grays, which really suffered badly on Genesis for its color limits. And there's no parallax in any of the stages that I know of, which was just how the arcade cabinet was originally anyways. Which suits this platform well because it can't do that. But it does manage to do the 3D ground plane. I'm not sure how they manage that on this hardware. I've never seen it done in any other game on this system. Isn't this a pretty good version? It's not the English version. I guess I could have gotten the English version, but all you miss out on is those little blurbs at the end of matches. Sure you can. This was a phenomenon when it came out. Everybody had to have it. It was huge in the arcades. Everybody had to have a home version. It is. It's surprisingly cromulent for a system with an 8-bit CPU. This is punching way the fuck above its weight. For a system that mostly leaned on the CD drive as a crutch to keep up with other systems, and which at its very best, later in life, had some games that looked like the best Super Nintendo games. It speaks very well of the developers that they managed to pull this off. Doesn't he say something about going home to be a family man? Are we gonna fight E Honda now? No, it's Ryu again. Fuck. I think if you choose Ryu, then it does E Honda. You bitch fucker! That was a photo finish. Look at the 3D floors though. What was the one that had where the blood in the arcade, but at the home it was like cum or sweat supposedly? Was that Mortal Kombat? I remember it also being Street Fighter. I remember Sega Street Fighter also having blood in it. And everybody's saying you're a big gay baby if you don't have the version on your home console that has blood in it. I need to focus more. You really need a 6-button pad for this. They should have just, again, they did a bunch of half measures. They had a 3-button pad before they had the 6-button pad. So they had 2 different controller revisions to add more buttons. The 3-button one just added a button for select, though, that was on the a face button. I think there's a way to select between punches and kicks on this version, even with a 2-button pad. We're into this segment where I'm just getting my ass kicked. Anyway, that's Street Fighter. Impressive, isn't it? I think that's impressive. I got this one on CD-ROM. This is Panic Bomber. This is like Puyo Puyo, kind of. But with elements of Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, where instead of crystals... Actually, it does have... The crystals are the regular pieces. Look at that. Look at that stretching effect. It can't scale sprites, but you can do linear stretching. Genesis could do that also. Basically, except unlike Puzzle Fighter, you don't try to combine the light colors into larger gems. They annihilate each other, and you try to destroy bombs with other bombs. It's slightly different rules. Like this. You try to pull off combos like that. It's a lot harder than it is in Puzzle Fighter, which is, I think, my favorite competitive puzzle game. It's like that. This was on Virtual Boy too, if you can believe it. Of all the fucking places to have a game like this that gets no benefit at all from being in 3D, this was on Virtual Boy. Here's the hill I will die on, though, gladly. I went back to Dracula X on Super Nintendo recently, thinking it can't possibly have been as inferior to Rondo of Blood as I remember. And as people say, it's got to be a meme, because Super Nintendo has much better graphics, typically, right? So, it's got to be... It's got to actually be better, doesn't it? Spoiler alert, no, it doesn't.
To be a different...
It's just worse Rondo. Here's what it looks like on Super Nintendo.
experience altogether. So in late 1995, Castlevania Dracula X would land on the Super Nintendo platform.
It's got cool transparent fire effects in the background, which are not on the PC Engine because it can't do that.
Right as the battle between the PS1 and Saturn would begin in North America, My Super Nintendo had been relegated to the lower shelves of my entertainment center for months, as I was nearly a year into owning my Japanese Sega Saturn. I still pulled it out for the big releases though, and as a Castlevania fan, I had to have this new adventure. First inspection revealed a great looking game. Right from stage 1 you get some good looking special effects and color use, plus you immediately recognize the great sprite work from the PC Engine game. Richter and his enemies are animated perfectly, with the cartridge format having no direct impact on their movements or attacks. Background detail is mixed however, with some stages being beautifully rendered with lots of color, while some stages appear bland and with virtually nothing going on in the background. This stands in direct contrast to Super Castlevania IV and Rondo of Blood, with those games never letting you down with the environment pizzazz. Some stages even employ horrific borders around simple panels of detail that look out of place in a Castlevania adventure, sometimes to the point where it breaks the illusion of
Like, what the fuck is this? Just gray? Cement? What is...
the setting. This mix of impressive and disappointing visual presentation doesn't ruin the game, but when you call a game Dracula X, and it follows a masterwork like the PC Engine release, this is a huge letdown. The audio presentation is overall pretty solid, with a good mix of new and classic tracks. It's more subdued than the PC Engine release, but still fits the theme of the game well, and sets a good mood for the gameplay. It lacks the variety in instruments that Super Castlevania IV presented on the same hardware, sounding a lot more like the stuff Nintendo themselves produced. The classic ballads fare the best, with a few of them being truly...
Alright, so that's Dracula X, which should have looked a lot better than it did after level 1, and it just seemed low effort. Surely there's no downside though, it's just, if you like Rondo, it's just more Rondo. But here's Rondo Blood. Which is a perennial classic. And an absolutely beautiful masterwork of the game that is, I think, the prequel to Symphony of the Night. This is the English translation, also a fan translation. That's why I want to say I never got into MMOs. I got in, but I got out real quick. I recognized the danger they represented. Look at these cutscenes.
Zu später Stunde kamen sie zusammen, gemeinsam die Mächte der Finsternis mit ihrem
16-bit boobies on a blonde anime girl.
von ihrer sterblichen Existenz, den Anbeginn einer neuen Welt vor Augen.
Makes sense. Perfectly good titties. Dracula's gay.
So begab es sich, dass nach 100 Jahren das Böse wieder Fleisch geworden war. Als unsterbliches Geschöpf der Nacht kann es die Gestalt des Wolfs.
This is what I love this platform for, is the cinematics. Isn't this better than FMV?
Es labt sich am Blut der Menschen.
One of you, try to tell me you prefer a grainy FMV to this. Even Saturn or PS1 FMV. Which wasn't really that bad. The artistry is just better than early CGI, like 90s FMV visuals. Let's do stage select 1. Oh, there's branching pathways. I just want to show I can get that far again. I've been brushing up on my skills in this game. Learning how to use the items more effectively. And also, you have to explore a lot. There's not nearly enough health unless you explore constantly. There's almost every screen where you need it, there is health somewhere, but you have to break bricks. Fucker. That's a cheap shot. You have to fight him eventually, and he's really an unreasonably strong boss. He's harder than the last boss. There's a lot of games that are like that though, where there's a mid-game boss where the difficulty spikes suddenly, and nothing after that's as hard. This is not this doesn't have the fire effect, the wavy, transparent fire effect. But I think the artistry of the pixel art looks unambiguously better here. Look at the parallax scrolling too. Of course, how that's accomplished is the platform I'm standing on now, and anything that overlaps with the background is a sprite. But who cares how it's done when it looks this good? When you can throw this many sprites around, you can do stuff like that. Magic is the hearts. The hearts are magic power, not health. This is a great accompaniment to the season 1 of the animation, the Netflix show. Seasons 1 and 2 are pretty good. It eventually gets slightly woke briefly, but it's not that bad in my opinion. Depends on your sensitivity, that kind of thing. No turkey. There's just more detail going on. The Super Nintendo game was low effort. It's mysterious. It shouldn't have been. It should have looked better across the board like Castlevania 4 did. Look at the effort in those backgrounds. And the trees scrolling at a different pace than the buildings. Look at the size of that character, too. That's like a PS1 game. Very good at large sprites. And lots of them. I'm gonna die and I don't have enough health. Fuck, I knew it. I start out with a full health bar though. If you filled me up before the fight, it wouldn't have been a problem. love to catch the ball midair. Watch this. What's called a pro gamer move. Disintegration. Give me a yawn orb. I wish the ponder said orb. Mid-air catch. Just like I do in Super Mario 3 after beating the dudes on the airships. Or when you catch the wand. Fucking classic Rondo Blood. I do like Castlevania 4 more, which is blasphemy. People say that it got ruined by the omnidirectional whip. I think the whip was a great compromise for people who got filtered by the other games. It's a little more beginner friendly, but that's a feature, not a bug. It's not as though Castlevania has any shortage of harder entries. Listen to that CD soundtrack. SNES doesn't have that. Dracula X doesn't have that shit. How did they fuck up Dracula X so bad? Here we go. Let's go learn how to fight them. I originally didn't even know you could destroy the axes, which is crucial knowledge. Did you know Symphony of the Night was originally going to be a 32X game? Of all fucking things. Which makes sense if it's a mixture of 2D and 3D stuff. Like the 3D effects in the save rooms. Oh shit, I'm good at this. Famous last words, though. I need to find a turkey and fast. It's never in the candles, either. You might be thinking, this looks pretty 8-bit. Where's the 16-bit stuff? This looks like Castlevania on NES. Why haven't I seen anything that could only be done on a 16-bit machine? It's right here, baby. This is the 16-bit shit right here. Trying to fake me out. Trying to fake me out and then falling into the pits. Nice try. Ooh. There's another enemy that makes a really funny scream when it dies. It's the little jumping hunchbacks. I believe there's a turkey down here. There's not. There's on the other side, though. There's one there, and there's something else over here. There's not. Why would fishmen shoot fireballs? They can't use it underwater. That's just damn good Castlevania. Nice try. Everything dies if you touch the door. Another important lesson I learned. I believe this is the werewolf, where the best item to have is the stopwatch. Or is this the werewolf? I forget if it's him yet. Get magic. I don't really need magic. I need health. It is the werewolf. That's the interesting thing about this platform, besides the style of the cinematics, is how they worked around its limitations to create effects that were competitive with Sega and Nintendo. Big fucker. How are I meant to beat bosses with partial health? Also, this is not the item I need to fight this guy. I guess this is what I have, though. He's a cinch if you have the time stopper. Or slower downer. Easy peasy if you have that. It's almost broken, though. This run is fucked. I'm fucked. I'll just suicide. There we go. Don't game over me. Don't game over me. Let's get serious this time. That's the only item we have. Look at the moon in the background. Look, if that's not parallax scrolling, what is that? Is the moon a sprite? Well, how are they doing that? That's really impressive. They really got the most out of this system. Rhonda does a lot of things that don't seem possible. I don't have a good answer for. Like that penis tower is just a sprite, the tip of it. I think I got him. I forgot that about this fucking game. The bosses take one last stab at you, which can kill you if you're low on health, and that's the most frustrating way to die in a video game, is having beaten the boss and he takes one last lash at you from beyond the grave and it hits. If it lands, you just pants shitting fury. The worst one about this is the Minotaur, who got me that way twice. I thought I'd learned from it. That's a great weapon to use against them. Too bad there's no good all-arounder second item. It's all very dependent upon who you're fighting. These guys are really hard to fight if you only use your whip. Whereas they're easy, they're just a cinch. They lunge like that, and they also have another move, that move, which fucks you up if you try to get in range to whip them. You can also stab downwards. I believe there's... Oh, I wanted health? That's also fine, though, I guess. Imagine if the first Symphony of the Night style Castlevania game had been on here. It could have been, I think. They're remaking it for Sega Genesis. Which I would hope they'd make it for Sega CD, because then you could keep the soundtrack intact. There we go. They're actually pretty generous with the health, you just have to know where to find it. Look at the swinging skellies, it's the Bone Lads. The Calcium Crew. Bone Boys! From the Bone Zone. They mean well, they're trying. Look at them swashbuckling rope swingers. They just don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and you hit the ground running. They'll all die though if I do this, like that. Doors kill everything. I don't know why. These fuckers right here, I hate them. Woo! Did you hear that? They make it sound like Homer. Woo! It's like a Chris O'Neill yell. Woo! I don't even hear that clearly because I don't have audio set up to go through this console perfectly yet. Surprisingly good weapon. I didn't appreciate this enough before. These fucking things also get me pretty often with shocking regularity. Even though they have very predictable flight times, their timing of their appearances is often very inconvenient for jumps. This controls so beautifully. I can see why it's so beloved. They had one job with the Super Nintendo one, just to copy as much of this as possible. Golden Skeleton. It's the Bone King. Generalissimo of the Skeleton Wars. Nice try, fucker. I know all your patterns. He doesn't always jump, though. Sometimes he does a lunge. See, if you don't know which one it's going to be... You don't know whether to duck or not. I hate these things, too. They just happen to position themselves just exactly in the worst places. Like that. And they infinitely spawn, too. And I don't have the right weapon to deal with these guys either. Fuckers! You fuckers, get the fuck away from me. Ah, they're taking away so much health. Stop it! I hate them. Interesting if they're across a gap from you. Oh, you look at him twerking his dumpy. And taking my item away. I don't know what that guy is. He's like a larger version of the Hunchbacks. I'm just gonna try to outrun these. I try to rush it too much. Oh fuck, if I cannot run him, I can't. No, I cannot run him. He took my item. He steals your item! Why is that allowed? That's true. There's a skeleton inside of each of us that narcs on us. I've got no lives left, so if I don't beat the boss on the first try, it's back to the start of this whole level. Which I think I'll just scream and shit myself. Considering I don't even have... At least there's one of these. Why is there not one of those before every boss? If you don't know what that's even there, what are you supposed to do? Just get fucked, I guess. Minotaur 1. You fight two of these fuckers. They reuse bosses. Oh, he's gonna try one more time. Oh, but he got me too, but he didn't kill me. Hi! I don't get sent back to the start of the stage. First time boss fight. Witness me. If he destroys the platforms you stand on, there's no way to dodge his final attack, though. You just have to have enough health by then. That seems unreasonable. Oh, cool. More hunchbacks. My favorite. Woo! Oh, it hits ground targets, too. I hate those little shits. They're in Symphony of the Night also. If he could damage me through the floor, I would never forgive it. The developers of this game. Well, that's a really good weapon for that enemy. Holy shit, that was actually really effective. I need to remember that. What a great game this is. I can see why it's a highlighted system. Until I bought the hardware, I didn't sit down and play this for any great length of time. A casualty of emulation. Why is there a wind tunnel? Does Dracula wind tunnel test sports cars? Oh fuck, really? Oh, those are... I see. There's branching pathways here. If I can go to the right or the left, and it depends on what level's next. Or determines what level's next. I supposed to do this at the same time? At the same time? Oh, cool. These guys again. Woo! I like the implied ecosystem of differently sized hunchbacks. Like they're just a species. There's like mini hunchbacks and they are ruled by the big hunchback. There we go. That's just dry bones from Mario. Also a very good weapon for that. Is he a mini boss? Kind of. Gonna not step on any of these panels, or that happens. I say, no, we gotta go the other way, so we can uncover a different level than we already been to. My save game has the other path unlocked already. Problem then is how to fight that axe knight. Fuckaroo. Shit on a fucking shingle. Oh no. I'm gonna save an end, and then I'm gonna select a later level because I did get there legitimately last time. Oh, but then you won't be able to see the boss. This would have been the next level, I think. I know we've been here before. Fuck. Never mind. Guess we can play a different game. Not many as good as that one, though. There's a Godzilla fighting game, which again, you need the 6-button pad to play properly, I think. Which is weird because the arcade stick for this system had 2 buttons. You'd think if they're going to bother building an arcade stick, they'd make it 6-button, because most people who buy it are going to buy it for Street Fighter. But no, they don't. Of all the fucking things to do. Official Toho Godzilla game. Rodan or the Fierce Beast? I think the Fierce Beast. It looks pretty good graphically, I think. One of the problems is they dedicate a button to jumping instead of just having up B jump. Isn't that yeah, it's Anguirus. The hedgehog thingy. No. Kind of sucks. Limitations. Good animations though. Oh, cool cinematic. Games on this system are fucking Kino. This is a terrible game. I don't want to play it. It's a Euro game with the worst controls I've ever experienced. I'll show it to you. It looks flashy, but it's not good. It makes me sad because this could have been a good game. It's the one where on Super Nintendo they had parallax scrolling that went backwards. Because it came with a special set of 3D glasses that would make the parallax backgrounds look distant as long as they were moving. Don't care. I gotta rescue the blonde. Got it. She's got huge honkers, I suppose. This is so Euro. This is such a British Amiga type game. Look at how sick that logo looks. They're those Euros, man. Those Brit bongs. They're so good at graphics and music, but so bad at gameplay. Like everything on the Amiga fucking stank. I can't convey to you from what you're seeing how bad the jumping is. You kind of stop and jump vertically. There's no momentum. If you stop pushing right when you jump, you stop moving right. See? Like I've heard of air control, but this is a little bit too much. This at least dodges the parallax effects problem of the Super Nintendo version by not having any, except for those foreground sprites, which is an adorable compromise. One hit kills, by the way. I can't stand this. The physics are that bad. I want to play more. I guess we'll do that next time, though, because we're way over time already. Having lots of fun with this thing. I sometimes question why I bought it if I can just emulate, but playing on actual hardware to some extent and having the physical hue cards is very pleasurable for some reason I can't really put my finger on. Sometimes I think I shouldn't have done it because, again, I have Bluetooth gamepads and I have emulators. And if I want to use my arcade stick, I kind of have to emulate anyway. But I just remind myself that I'm only having to be skint right now. That better times are coming. I'm going to win some of those contests for sure. And then I'll have my savings replenished. I'll be able to do investments and things like that. I just got to keep trying and keep chugging away and have faith that something's going to work out. So that's all for this evening. Short Talk, if you want to raid somebody, now's the time to do it. Let her rip. You know when, you know where and when. I don't have to repeat my usual mantra. But I will anyway. Same ham time, same ham channel at 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time, 11 o'clock p.m. This is your friendly neighborhood hand signs off from returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time. Hit it, Short Talk. Play us out. If this was like the Conan O'Brien show or something, you'd be the band.
live streaming aliens? Ham gang, dude. Ham gang meat. Well, wow. The meat, it grows, dude. And the meat saga continues. Thanks for the raid, man. Freaking ham? Freaking, whoa. Dude, ham, meat. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing on a string from Burger King, dude. Dude. I'd eat a chicken wing on a string.